I'd like to call this meeting of the Coventry Town Council to order at 6:07 PM. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Pasqua is running late. Councilmember Capaldi.
Here.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Here.
Councilmember Copley.
Here.
Vice President Verducci.
Here.
President Lima.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Emergency evacuation plan. In the event of an emergency this evening, those in attendance can exit outdoors labeled either number 1 or 2 in the back of council chambers to the back parking lot or front lawn of town hall. Just a note for council members, you see the new setup tonight, temporary setup. Mr. Houghton has let me know that we need to be conscious of feedback given how close we are to the speakers above us in the ceiling. So if possible, just if we could try to keep to one microphone on at a time as much as possible to avoid feedback for those listening at home or those in chambers, that would be much appreciated. We will now move to public comment on docketed items only, those items that are on our agenda this evening. If you have a public comment, please come to the podium and council chambers and state your name and address for the record and make sure the microphone's on. Any members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand to be let in. And unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. Public comment on docketed items only. Public comment going once, twice, 3 times. Public comment is now closed. At this time, I will entertain a motion to open public hearing.
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Capaldi.
Second.
Second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley.
Yes.
Vice President Verdecchia.
Yes.
Verducci.
I'm sorry. President Lima.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We have one item up for public hearing this evening. We had a reading of this previously. This is with respect to the land trust. For those returning members of the council, you'll remember we had this discussion at our last meeting. It's back here for public hearing. There were some changes made. We had a discussion with the chair and other members of the land trust with respect to some of their proposed amendments. And for those other members of the council who are new, this is in front of us because we previously did not have an ordinance that established a land trust, and we need to have it established by ordinance. So essentially, this is giving us an official land trust. Mr. Angel, I don't know if you wanted to elaborate further for new members of the council, if that's really it.
But for those members of the council who either don't recall or for whom this is new, the land trust essentially existed as a line item in our budget. In the late 90s, state law provided enabling legislation for municipalities to establish land trusts. We did not legislatively do that in Coventry. And there are liability issues associated with the non-existence of a legal entity known as a land trust. But more importantly, the property is held in the name of the town. If we acquire it, should be in the name of the land trust. So this formalizes that. I believe all of the changes were made from the last council meeting. and I'll take whatever questions you have.
I'll open it up to the public first for public hearing. If you have a public comment on the ordinance, now, the new ordinance now is amended from our last meeting, please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Any members of the public on Zoom with respect to ordinance number 2024-6, please raise your hand to be let in and unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record. Public hearing going once, twice, 3 times. If there's no public comment, I will entertain a motion to close. Oh, sorry.
Oh, after you close, I'm sorry.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Manager Perillo.
Yes, so the planning director couldn't be here this evening. He wanted me to bring up one item that he has not a concern about, but doesn't believe it should be included. And that's under 16.5C. It says all funds that are released for land acquisition, including the cost of appraisals, should go to the public hearing process. On behalf of the trust, he feels that may be cumbersome just in order to do an appraisal. They've done appraisals in the past after this council has approved the funding for that without going to a public hearing. So he was wondering if including the cost of appraisals could be taken out of that line. That was just his reading of it.
We did have that discussion last time, didn't we?
If I may.
Yes.
So based on the last public hearing that we had, my notes indicated that the council wanted to approve of the cost of appraisals before releasing the funds to do so. If my notes are wrong on my recollection, really it's up to the council to decide what it wants to do. You can take that language out, but
I think you're correct, Solicitor. I just think they're not looking for they want the council to approve the appraisal. They just don't want to have to go through the 2 weeks of advertising process in order to get that accomplished, like we've done in the past.
Do they have to advertise that?
not for the cost of appraisal.
No? Okay. So status quo, we can just do the appraisal with council approval without the public hearing. Great.
Is there any other discussion on the ordinance number 2024-6? We can vote on this tonight.
Mhm.
Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance, an amendment of the Town of Coventry Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Administrative Legislation 2005, Land Trust.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
A second.
second by Councilman Copley. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving to licenses, we have 4 this evening. Applications for renewal of campground licenses. First we have is a Yoho Campground, 249 McManus Road, Coventry. Do I hear a motion to approve the license?
Motion.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Capaldi,
Second.
second from Vice President Verducci. Manager Perillo, any comments on this license?
No concerns?
Hearing none. Any discussion from members of the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item B, Water's Edge Campground, 119 Peckham Lane, Coventry. Do I hear a motion to approve the renewal?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Vice President Verducci. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc?
Yes.
Councilmember Copley?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item C, Hickory Ridge Family Campground, 584 Victory Highway, Coventry. Do I hear a motion to approve the renewal?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Brown,
Second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc?
Yes.
Councilmember Copley?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And lastly, item D, Glamp Frogmore, 2260 Victory Highway, Coventry. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc?
Yes.
Councilmember Copley?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Madam Clerk, please let the record reflect that Councilman Pasqua is now present. Moving on to election and or appointment of town officials. We have two this evening to consider. Coventry Library Board of Trustees, there's one opening and we have one application for an Evan Barda. I believe Evan's here this evening. Hi, you want to just come up and introduce yourself? And his application is in our packets, starting on page 21. Welcome. You just want to state your name and address for the record and talk about your interest in the board.
I have a small.
Yeah, sure.
Is this good?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. You almost
Excellent.
have to like swallow the mic.
Gotcha. Okay. So hi, my name is Evan Barda. I live at 11 Nicole Lane in Coventry. I've been a resident of Coventry for the past 14 years. I currently work at the Warwick Public Library as the deputy director. I've worked at Warwick in the library for 13 years and in libraries in general for 16. I'd like to be considered for the Board of Trustees at the Coventry Library because I feel that our library is a very important asset to the Coventry community. It provides vital resources for education, personal growth, and equal opportunities for everybody in Coventry. By serving on the board, I can contribute to shaping policies that improve services, support literacy initiatives, and ensure the library adapts to the evolving needs of the community. I'm passionate about supporting lifelong learning and making libraries more inclusive and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Barda? For the council? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the council? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So motion to appoint Mr. Barda by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc?
Yes.
Councilmember Copley?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes,
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Moving to appointment of council members to the Municipal Fire Commission. So I just want to preface this and take accountability. I made a mistake in putting the council leadership's names down. I didn't realize that we had to file as on Wednesday and that town hall was closed on Friday. In the past, when we've done appointments, we've always had to put names. And so I just said to put leaderships as a default. I spoke with the solicitor and he let me know that that was not the procedure we should do going forward. And that moving forward with any council member appointments, It should just be left as a blanket discussion. We don't have to list names. So I know that now. So I would hope that we can have a discussion, ignore the names that are listed, and just have an open discussion about those council members that are interested in appointment. And we can go from there. And this is for 2 appointments. And for those that may not remember, in the resolution that was passed, the council members that are appointed to this are going to serve as chair and vice chair of this commission. So this commission's work can't start until council members are appointed. So I'll open up the floor for discussion to at least solicit interest from council members on serving on this commission. And then we can go from there. So the floor is yours. Councilman LeBlanc.
Appreciate the clarification that you just gave, because I was curious of how the 2 names got put onto the agenda. I certainly would be interested in being a part of the commission. Currently, how I look at the composition of this commission, it's either firefighters or board members of boards of fire districts. Adding yourself and John, Paul Verducci, you guys both have constituents that are tied to the Central Coventry Fire District. I would like an independent voice from a taxpayer perspective, from a financial perspective, and someone who is outside of the Central Coventry Fire District and outside of being a firefighter and a board member for a fire district. So I think, but believe when I asked the question to the town manager, who would be independent from the Central Coventry Fire District, because I personally believe that that's kind of the cause for this request, just my 2 cents. And I got an answer. It was the town manager, who is not a resident of the town, the solicitor, who is also not a resident of the town, and the finance director, who is not a resident of the town. I believe the other person is the police chief, which I don't believe I don't believe you live in town, correct? So I believe it would be important to have a person who lives in town that has an alternative voice. So I would be interested in joining.
Thank you. Councilman Copley.
I would also like to be on this commission. Councilman LeBlanc has basically said everything I was going to say. My district is mostly Hopkins Hill, but it does incorporate some of Central Coventry to be open and transparent with everybody. But I think that we do need independent voices on there to really objectively look at everything that's going to be brought up in that commission, and to have the best interest of everyone in Coventry, especially the taxpayers.
Councilman Capaldi.
I'm glad that they put their names in, but I think that I would like to make a motion for Hillary and President Hillary and Vice VP
We're
JP.
just doing one at a time.
Okay. Hillary. Make a motion for you
Motion for what?
to be on this council.
Okay. Do we have
I
a-
can't do both of them?
I would do one at a time.
Okay. I make a motion for
Well,
Hillary.
before we do that, I just want to make sure that we want to get the full breadth of anyone else who's interested. So that way before
Oh,
motions.
Okay.
I'll throw my hat in the ring since it's in there already. I do understand what everyone's saying up here. And just to let, for as far as the record goes, I have constituents that'll be in all the districts. It's a townwide seat, so I'd be looking at this from a townwide perspective. So understanding I have people in Central Coventry as well as the rest of the town.
Any other folks on the council interested? So I just wanted to make a couple of comments. So, with respect to, I hear the sentiments of Councilman Copley and Councilman LeBlanc, trying to make sure that we've got a diverse set of voices. I appreciate that. I think it's hard to separate from Central Coventry, given it's the largest district. And the folks to my right can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 25,000 people out of a town of almost 36,000 that are in that district. So I think it's tough, but I hear what you're saying. And I, quite frankly, if, Mr. LeBlanc, if you would like to be on the commission, I appreciate you offering to step up, as someone who I know has their doubts about this process and the future and what decisions may come from this. So I appreciate you putting yourself forward, much like I did the same when it came to the school bond and school construction. I was a no vote on the first one that came around, and I said, you know what, I'm going to be a part of it the second time around and do this a different way. So I appreciate you stepping up in that respect. So in my opinion, if I'm not on this, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm someone who's going to show up to this because they're public meetings. And at the end of the day, this commission is a study commission. It's not one that's going to be making decisions about what's next for the future of fire and EMS in this town. It's the town council. It's folks that are sitting up here. This commission is to take a look at the numbers and give us data to work from to make decisions instead of making assumptions. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm willing to serve if my council members would like me to, but I'm also not going to lose sleep over it if I'm not appointed. I just want to make sure that this work gets started. It's got a deadline of next summer. And in my opinion, the situation with the instability in our fire and EMS services is not going away. So those are all my comments. If there's no other interested folks in terms of appointments, I wanted to get that out there. We can go to nominations for appointment. Yes, Vice President Verducci.
So just to clarify, as far as the operations of the commission, will they be taking testimony? Will there be public comment?
Yes. Yep. We actually put in the resolution that they're to follow OMA, like everything. So they are to operate with an agenda, much like any other public committee in town. So, and, publicly broadcast those meetings. Councilman Copley, I think your hand was up. I don't know if you heard me.
Yes, I want to make a motion to appoint Jamie LeBlanc to the commission.
We have a motion to appoint Councilman LeBlanc. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Verducci. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Pasqua,
No.
Councilmember Capaldi,
No.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
That's 4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Motion passes.
That's one appointment. Do I hear a motion for the second council seat?
I motion President Hillary Lima.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Oh, second.
Second from Councilman Pasqua and Councilman LeBlanc. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. And again, I take accountability there on the posting. I apologize. And going forward, when we list council member appointments, we'll leave it just as a blanket discussion. So thank you. We'll now move to report of the town manager. Mr. Perillo has 2 items this evening. Manager Perillo.
So we recently received a grant from the Rail and Infrastructure Bank through Rhode Island Housing for approximately $730,000 to make upgrades to the Woodland Manor pump station. So what you have in front of you is a grant agreement signifying that agreement between us and RIB. The scope of work and the budget I sent you guys today and ladies today because it wasn't ready at the time of
It's Rhode Island,
The
Dan. You
deadline.
can just say you guys. I won't get offended.
you guys. Sorry. You guys.
Guys,
Um,
dolls.
So we have a draft budget and a draft scope of work. Basically, the Woodland Manor Pump Station we acquired approximately 10 to 12 years ago. It's needed upgrades since we acquired it. This is an opportunity to make those upgrades with the intent of that possibly leading to the sewering of Coventry Crossings development. So whether the Coventry Crossings development happens or not, that piece of infrastructure needs to be upgraded, whether that's for another affordable housing project or Coventry Crossings itself. That infrastructure upgrade needs to be had. So this agreement gives us until December of 26 in order to spend the money. So we're working on the particulars now and looking for the council to ratify my signature on this contract.
Do I hear a motion? Whoop. Do I hear a motion to ratify the agreement with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank for this grant?
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Copley. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion, Vice President Verducci.
It's just to clarify, this is 100% straight grant?
Yes, no match.
Love that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
And revised budget calendar for 24-25. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Which letter resolution is it?
108.
2024-110 voted to approve the agreement, but you did not vote to approve the resolution. The one you just did.
But is the resolution listed in the resolution section? That's my question, is which one is that of the resolutions listed?
It's going in order. It's resolution 2024-1.
Okay. That's the community septic loan program?
Yeah.
Nope.
There's no separate resolution for this, for the grant. It was just ratification of the contract.
Yep.
He's talking about Woodland Manor Pump Station and community septic loan are the same thing?
I beg your pardon.
No.
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Okay.
My fault. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Just trying to be cautious.
Ooh, yes.
Big mistake.
I know, I've already admitted one tonight. Join the club. Revised budget calendar, Manager Perillo?
Yeah, so basically, kind of followed the same structure we had last year. The only significant change was obviously a supermajority is not 4-1, it's now 5-2. So that's the biggest change that we have. The budget must pass by supermajority. If not, then the alternate budget is submitted. That must pass by supermajority. And then if that doesn't happen, then there's the all-day referendum for the voters for those two budgets. So the process should be all done, hopefully, first time around on Tuesday, May 6th.
This is the budget calendar that's on page 50 of our packet. I'm just
Yes.
looking. And do you need approval of this? It's in form of resolution?
I would say yes, but up to the solicitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Do I hear a motion to approve resolution 2024-108?
Make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua, second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? On this calendar, Manager Perillo, and I'll open this to members of the council for their opinion as well. Mario Carreño, who's the COO of RIDE, has done a presentation that I've seen twice now to municipal CEOs and at the League of Cities and Towns Education Funding Forum. that gives kind of the state of education funding for Rhode Island and what things are looking like for the next fiscal year after funding drops, federal funding sources drop off, what with the new projected budget deficit. It talks about enrollment statewide transportation. They have offered to go to communities and tailor it with Coventry information if we so choose. I think that on the meeting of the 17th, we should have RIDE come in and give that information to us on top of having our meeting and make it maybe a little bit more worth everyone's while. So we're all getting that information. I don't know if anyone has any objections to that, but I'd like the manager to reach out so we can secure the RIDE team to come and present that. Anyone? Okay, yeah. All right, thank you very much. And everyone has the 17th on their calendar as the joint meeting? Great. Yes, at the high school. Any further discussion on this resolution? Hearing none.
I got one quick question.
Yes, Vice President Verducci.
I don't see it in the timeline here, but is there a point in time where we'll be able to hear from the department heads, or is that coming from the town manager as far as, you know, presentation of budget needs and programs and
17th and 18th, or 17th, I'm sorry. The work session. March 17th.
gotcha.
Yeah, so
Okay.
how,
So that's that part of it.
so how we've done that is that's department heads, and usually there's some that department heads will report. There's smaller departments like Mr. McGee is gonna do roads and bridges, sanitation, like there's a bunch of departments he'll do just under him, police, animal control, you know, just all that. And then we leave the 18th just for the school department. And then how the manager usually sets it up with the finance director is we see department head request, town manager recommendation, and then right there. And then obviously budget to actual for the last 3 years. Any other questions or discussion on the budget calendar? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Do we want to move you later because we've got folks?
Yeah, do whatever. you want.
What do you think, JP? Yeah, all right, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order. We've got some folks here waiting on resolutions and we can put the solicitor's report after that.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
All right, we already dealt with resolution A. We'll move to B, resolution 2024-109 to award a contract for bus transportation services from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2028 for Department of Parks and Recreation to Ocean State Transit. This is on page 52 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion.
So we received, IFB went out. We received 3 bids from Ocean State, Durham, and First Student. Ocean State was the lowest. They are our current bus provider to Parks and Rec, and looking for the council to approve this 3-year bid for them to continue that service.
Any further discussion on the resolution? Vice President Verducci.
Just a quick question. Are those rates fixed? I didn't see, are there inflators built in?
I believe they are. Yes.
Vice President, Councilman Blank.
Do you know if we got like a rate reduction because we're doing a 3-year contract rather
don't-
than just doing an annual?
I don't believe we got a rate reduction. Usually we go out for a year or two, and the new director asked to extend it for 3 years at that same rate. We didn't ask for a rate reduction.
Got it. Okay. I'm just, usually if you lock in with somebody for 3 years. They try to give you an incentive to lock in for 3 years and you get a better rate over that time period. I was just curious. Thanks.
Any further discussion on the resolution? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving to resolution 2024-110, Community Septic Loan Program, $250,000 non-restoring line of credit. This is on page 53 to 54 in our packet. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Brown.
I'll second.
Second by Vice President, Councilman LeBlanc. Discussion?
Solicitor, if you don't mind.
Vice President Verducci?
Sorry, new guy, gonna have some questions just in general. So stop me if this is out of place. I see here some of the details. Do we know what the demand has been like on this?
Yeah. I can speak.
Oh, you got that. And
Yeah,
then,
go ahead.
Thank you. So the resolution is a necessary part of the loan program. The resolution more or less speaks for itself. There are loan documents that underlie this that I've participated in drafting with legal counsel at the infrastructure bank. There's a note, there's a promissory note, just like closing on a mortgage, if you will. The liability to the town in the event of default is relatively low. Essentially, there's a pot of money available through the infrastructure bank that allows people, and the town manager can jump in because we worked on the policy. He worked on the policy piece and I papered the deal, including the resolution. That provides a pot of money to the town so that folks can upgrade their septic service at their house. It's been a very successful program in the past. We only have about $37,000 left in the fund. And this is a replenishment of that. I forget the exact number of full replacements that can be done. I forget what that is. But the liability to the town of somebody defaulting, nobody's ever defaulted in the history of the program. But our exposure to loss, if they were to, is absolutely minimal. We're not on the hook to pay this back. It's really the homeowner that we're a media intermediary on this. So it's a good situation. It will help to improve the quality of life in neighborhoods where people are either required by DEM to replace their systems or in some way need to replace their systems and don't have the immediate funds to do it.
Councilman LeBlanc.
Just for the public that's listening, and for us that have the resolution in front of us, I think it's row 31 and 32, at least for me, that makes this program so important. It actually provides the low interest rate loans, and especially at times when interest rates are high, which is currently happening. I think this program is very well needed, and I think we absolutely should be passing this tonight.
Any further discussion from the council? Hearing none, Vice President Fiducci.
So from a programming perspective, are people alerted to the availability of this program by our intervention, or is it something they seek out on their own? Is there any advertising of this?
I think that this is something that most other municipalities list on like the department page of the website, all the details of this, but I don't think we're going to actively mail everybody to
Right.
the septic system.
Yeah, it's gonna run through CDBG. So I think people kind of already know who the point people are. So because we're already getting phone calls about it. So CDBG will kind of be like the solicitor said, the intermediary between RIB and the money.
And just one last one. As far as when the person has to make the decision to replace, let's say, the septic tank, is there any kind of cross-reference to when, potential sewer may come so they can make a informed decision? Is that
So
crossed
we
with us?
have the next 20 years laid out from our recent wastewater facilities plan revamp. So we do have, I believe it's 5 planning areas, if I'm correct. So we do have that in mind, and I think we still actually have to make substantial revisions to our sewer ordinance based on what's been recommended from that wastewater facilities treatment plan. So the only amendment that's been made in the last, I think this plan was well overdue to be revamped, was capping the assessment at, Councilman LeBlanc can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 16,000, or was it 15?
It was 15.
15,000. That's the only thing that's been done. So we need to, that's gonna be on our list to amend that ordinance to comply with the revised wastewater plan. And part of that I was getting at, let me keep the train rolling, would be to, we have no way of auditing whose septic is still working, going back to people who have septics to see if it's passed. We don't have record of where sewer has already gone by homes and people waived it and said they don't want it. By ordinance, we should have gone back to them and said, now you have to tie in after, like, none of that work is on record. So there's low-hanging fruit that needs to be done on this as well, in just terms of infrastructure maintenance and operation. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Gotcha. Is there any other discussion? JP? I gotta do it. If there's no other discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving to resolution 2024-111, tax assessors abatements and additions for November 4th, 2024 through December 3rd, 2024. It's on page 55 to 69 in your packet. To get discussion rolling, do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Make that motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
Second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Discussion. Ms. Martini, did you want to give us a primer?
So we had some abatements and additions for one account, Springfield Armory account. Yeah, go ahead.
If I can just add a little bit.
Into the mic, Mr. Savetti.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
So this process goes back to last December. So December of 23, we were contacted by the taxpayer who indicated that they felt that they had overpaid their taxes. The tax calculation was incorrect. So the initial request was for a tax abatement of $335,000. So over the months, we've been going back and forth, different calculations. Kerry's researched quite a bit, trying to go back, as you can see the years here, 2015 through 2022, actually 14, excuse me. So different calculations, you'll see there's some years where we're saying there's a supplemental, but other years we do see where they were overcharged, and it comes down to the agreement that they do have where their taxes calculate a little differently, where, being a low income or affordable housing, I should say, entity, some of the rent is, some of the tax is calculated at 8% of the gross potential rent. The remaining portion is calculated at fair market value. So we found that there were errors in that calculation. Again, their initial request was for a total refund or abatement of taxes, $335,033. And the final request the final result after we did the calculations and went back and forth, then I thanked the company and their representation that worked with us and had the patience going through this. But we're requesting a net abatement of $121,425. And that's where the calculations, I do have a sheet here that I can hand to everybody that just shows that calculation, how it went each year. If you'd like that, I can.
Did you want to pass that out?
So you can tell from the information here and then what is just going around to you now as well, that You'd see the last 2 years, taxes have been calculated properly. Again, it was my understanding misrepresentation or misinterpretation of the agreement. We believe we're all on the same page now. We've actually requested that going forward, they send us a copy of their audited financial statements annually so that we can tie into the gross potential rents, which is used as part of the calculation. So we're waiting to hear back on that, but at this point, we'd like to get the council to approve that net abatement or the list you have here, the supplements in addition to the abatements.
Questions, discussion from members of the council, the finance director? Yes, Vice President Verducci.
Just to clarify, so this was a abatement that is due back to them it wasn't a calculation error, it was a misinterpretation of that 2014 agreement?
Be honest, it's probably a combination of the two. It was difficult trying to go back. This precedes both Ms. Martini and myself trying to figure out how they calculated in the past. We couldn't really tell in some instances. But again, I think going from their initial request to 335,000 and getting to where we are, that we put a lot of time in this. As I said, their initial request came in on December 13th of 2023, so almost a year ago. And we've just gone back and forth. And, as I said, they've been very patient with us going through, seeing the calculations, and we think where we're at now.
And the tax collector also was very helpful in the process.
Thank you for that.
Councilman Pasqua.
So being a calculation error and pretty significant at that, is this something we could possibly explore with our errors and omissions insurance instead, rather than abating it?
I'd ask the solicitor that question. My opinion, they overpaid their taxes. So I think it's an abatement of the taxes. They overpaid. You can see on the form there, we actually have some years where, they underpaid. So we look back in 2017, at that point, they underpaid by $224,000 and nothing was caught internally. So I think there's a lot of disconnect between the assessor's office, the collector's office, and just following through on this.
But that's just it. We didn't catch it internally. It's also in my opinion, for what it's worth, it's a calculation issue on our end too. If we didn't see that and we're calculating our budgets and we're running tax rates and everything else, there's an error. So I think maybe, is it possible to explore our errors and omissions with the trust or whoever on this?
We can ask. It's an issue of first impression for me here. This is new to me tonight, so I can be in touch with Mr. Savetti and follow up on that.
I mean, it's a sizable amount to consider.
Yeah, I would move to table this and hear back from the trust and find out if we can get this covered under errors or omissions.
Councilman LeBlanc.
Did we do a review of any other properties that might have an agreement with such calculation, or is this the only one in our town? Thanks. Appreciate
So actually go back. So Councilman Pastor, do you want to make a formal motion? We actually have a motion on the table. Yeah.
Sorry. Just in reply to Councilman LeBlanc. This is the only one that has such of an agreement. So it's not like we didn't look at any other ones. I think some of the other entities that are paying based on the gross potential rent, we do receive their audited financial statements. We recalculate it. So we're comfortable that they're paying the proper amount and not being over or undercharged. This is the only one that has this type of agreement.
We have other 8% rent properties, but this is the only one with the special.
Got it. No, the question kind of stems more so, we have this issue, and then we had the pilot issue with dealing with the fire districts. I think that was last year. So I was just curious if we had done a review on all properties just to make sure that this doesn't keep on happening. That's all.
So I'll withdraw my original motion to approve, and I'll make the new motion to table this particular resolution to hear back from the solicitor.
Yeah.
You carry it?
Yeah, if you just want to withdraw the motion, and we will, what's our next council meeting?
It's not till
January.
January 14th. The thing is, I mean, if it's an abatement that the town owes, whether it's paid for by the trust or by us, I think it still needs to be approved by the council to go forward.
Who's deciding how it gets paid, though?
Hmm.
Well, again, it's either going to come from the town or we can get reimbursed from the trust, but I
We
mean,
don't, can we get reimbursed? Is that a thing?
I don't know if it is, but I'm just saying that I think right now it's, this company's been waiting for a year for $122,000 from us. And we're verifying that that is the number. So whether the trust is going to pay us back or not, I think it's in the council's interest just to approve it and then see if we can get that money back. I don't think the number's not going to change. That's what I'm just saying. The number's not going to change. It's 121.
So can it be a conditional approval then? Like an approval, but with, yeah, like the motion to approve the resolution with directive for administration to seek the opportunity for this to be paid out of omissions and errors insurance.
I second all
first.
that.
Is-
I think if the council approves that abatement number, we could definitely look towards the trust for that possible reimbursement. Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to put that in the resolution to make it happen, because that's a huge, I mean, it's a sizable amount of money.
Yeah, I think being in the motion on the record is important. So I don't know if you want to amend your motion.
So I'll amend the motion to approve and add the condition that the town seek out the trust and find out if we can get reimbursed for this under our errors and omissions.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second, whatever he said.
Second by Councilman Capaldi. Discussion. Solicitor Angel?
In general, I agree with the concept that we owe this taxpayer the money, the town does. Whether or not we are reimbursed under E&O coverage by the trust is a separate issue that doesn't have anything to do with our obligation as a town to reimburse the taxpayer. It's not as if it's an indemnity claim and the trust would pay indemnity to the taxpayer for the amounts due. So I'm comfortable from a legal perspective seeking reimbursement from the trust, provided that we have that coverage. It really won't affect the town's obligation with respect to paying. The town should pay them
I think that's understood.
in a timely enough fashion. I just want to make that clear.
I don't-
Damages are damages, whether
Right,
we pay them
right.
or not.
Yeah, I don't think Councilman Pasqua was saying we don't pay them. Yeah. Yeah.
Just add one comment from a financial statement standpoint, just so council knows, this will not affect fiscal 2025. We knew the liability existed. We've already accrued the liability. So in the numbers that we may have presented, you know, preliminary budget versus actual in previous fiscal years, that's already been factored in. So it has no impact on your current budget.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Thank you very much. Manager Perillo, which of the resolutions are all public works? Maybe we can just try and do those while Mr. McGee's up here. It looks like E, F, and I think there was another one somewhere. Oh, okay. Okay. So we'll move to resolution 2024-112 to purchase a 2026 Freightliner cab and chassis for the Coventry Department of Public Works. This is pages 70 to 95 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Brown,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Mr. McGee.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This resolution is for a cabin chassis for a truck that we ended up taking out of service because of its age and what it happened to the chassis being somewhat rotted. We applied for 5 years to the department in order to get a grant. for a replacement. The DARA grant is Diesel Emissions Reductions Act for pollution control. We were actually awarded this grant for the first time last year. Then there was a whole upheaval in the department with their internally. So they just now put somebody new on the program from DEM, and now it's going forward. So we can purchase the cabin chassis with money from the DARA grant and money from the capital lease program. We have money for that. Mr. Savetti indicated we have available to us. This will be for the cabin chassis. I will be putting in our capital budget for the body, sander, and plow for it. Not to, I don't want to overshoot this, but at least we can get that. In fact, just yesterday, we received an invitation for the next round of DARA grants. And we have the second truck that we've been sitting sidelined. And we're gonna look at funding source for that also. And hopefully we can get that done, get some more our trucks renovated and replaced. They're 22-year-old vehicles. So it's request that the town council consider this so that we can keep our fleet growing and not have an antiquated system that we spend more money on repairs than what the actual would be to purchase one.
Can you just outline for the public what this truck is used for on a daily basis so they kind of understand the impact of this piece of machinery?
Yep, this Freightliner is one of the large 6-wheel dump trucks. We purchased 4 of them about 2 years ago, and they're the frontline trucks that go out year round. Right now, they're all being outfitted with the sanders and plows, which we are completed. And in the summertime, they're hauling asphalt, they're hauling gravel. They're the workhorse of the department.
Discussion from members of the council? Vice President Verducci.
Just a couple of quick ones, and this will be similar for any of the auto purchases. So just, if it's not appropriate for you and it's more financial, just wondering, the lease escrow fund, is there another terminology for that? I just wasn't familiar with.
Capital lease, I believe. I'll let Mr. Savetti explain the intricacies of that. He just told me the amount of money that's available in that fund for trucks. So money's there. That's.
So I believe back in 2022, I believe that was right here, the town entered into a lease purchase equipment for various, or lease purchase obligation for various DPW equipment. Many of pieces of equipment were purchased. There was still around 90,000, which was left that hadn't been used. When we were going through the 2022 audit, I was reviewing records. That's where I saw that. Contacted, it's at Bach Financial is where the money's at. BOK Financial is where the money is right now. Obviously, it's been accumulating interest, but I did speak with representatives there, and they indicated that as long as we show that it's for another piece of DPW equipment, they should have no problems releasing those funds. So at this point, rather than going on and borrow more or use them, I'd rather just liquidate that account.
Any further discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Resolution 2024-113, approval of ARPA funds for epoxy pavement markings to be awarded to Safety Markings LLC for the Coventry Department of Public Works. This is on page 96 in our packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Make the motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
Second.
second by Councilman Brown. Discussion, Mr. McGee. 45 years? No, I'm just kidding. Um, is the mic on, Kevin?
It is now. Looking to be able to encumber some of these funds that we have in overage. We have left over the salt fund, or whether it be a gravel fund. Here it would be contracted services, to put that into a dedicated fund, similar to what you did with the capital items, so that it's there, so that the years that we don't have a lot of stone, we have salt left over, it can accumulate for the years that we do get walloped, and we're going into contingency after that. And, again, we'll identify those, 12 to 15 line items in the budget so that it's dedicated, so it stays there, and we can continue to grow it. Like the year, we spent $200,000 on the striping, Willie's epoxy payment you just voted on. We allocate only $60,000 a year, so hopefully we can be able to let that roll up until we get to the amount that we can do an entire townwide paving after 3 to 4 years on a portion of it, another portion so we can separate it. But 1 year will not make it, but it does keep the pavement markings in place, and it's not an annual basis. By us using salt now, we don't have that sandpaper effect that is wearing the paint off. We're doing a vacuum cleaning of the catch basins and finding less sand because we're using salt, and we're getting less drainage issues in the environments. Those are the type of things we're trying to innovate to make the town safer, and also to have savings in the long run.
Any discussion from the council?
And I'll be with that to you in the budget process.
I'll hold you to it. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verdecchia.
Almost.
Try again.
You get it.
You're from Verducci. must
V
be
is fine, yeah.
it.
Either way, yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you. Good night, Kevin. Resolution 2024-114 to award a purchase for 60 Motorola portable radios and associated accessories for the Coventry Police Department to Motorola Solutions. This is pages 97 to 103 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Copley. Oh, I'm sorry. Get different voices. Councilman LeBlanc, I apologize. Chief.
So we had applied through Seth Magaziner's office, and we were awarded a grant. We were awarded a grant for $360,000 for replacing of portables. What we want to do is replace the entire inventory we had. So we're looking to have the use impact fees to get the rest of the balance for it. Our current portables are 51 of them are from 2010 to 2012. So they're really outdated. Normally you get 5 to 7 years on a portable, but we're well past that, and they're out of Motorola won't service them anymore. You have to use a third-party vendor, which costs more money on top of it. These portables here will help because you can actually go into, say, schools or other municipal buildings where you don't have reception, and because they're Wi-Fi and also cellular, you can get service there, and it'll help also out west or something like that, the service.
Discussion from the council? Hearing no, yes.
Just so you know, the impact fee balance of police is 400,000. So that fund is fine.
Yes. Yeah, they go each certain departments, yeah. Any discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Resolution 2024-115 to award the purchase of a flagpole for the Coventry Police Department to RI Flags LLC. Page 104 to 106 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make the motion.
Motion by Councilman LeBlanc.
Second.
Second by Councilman Capaldi. Chief.
So with this one here, our current flagpole is extremely rough rusted in terrible condition. It's the current one's steel. This will be fiberglass. Won't require maintenance. We gotten a price to have it refurbished, and it was actually not too far off from getting a brand new one. So with this cost here, that's them coming out and install it also. We would like to use impact fees for that.
Discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yeah.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Resolution 2024-116 to award the purchase of two 2023 administrative police vehicles to McGovern Municipal HQ, emergency lights/sirens/radios to Island Tech Services LLC, and radio equipment to Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the Coventry Police Department. This is page 107 to 175 in your packet. Thanks for that, Chief. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make that motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
Second.
second by Councilman Brown.
So this one also, we had received the grant award from the Seth Malik Magaziner that we had applied for, and it's covered in its entirety by the grant. We'd like to purchase the two admin vehicles.
Councilman Copley.
Chief, are these going to be replacing any vehicles that are kind of beat up on the police department right now?
Yes, so we have a lot of our Ford or the Impalas. They're gonna be replacing those. They're old and outdated.
How many miles do you normally get out of a vehicle?
So it depends. If you're talking patrol vehicles, we put about roughly 40,000 a year on them. If it's an admin vehicle, it puts far less than that, probably a few thousand.
Do you have a policy with the police department? I'm just curious. Like, I know with my company, with the safety department we have for nationwide, like once my company vehicle reaches 88,000, it gets pulled off and I get a new vehicle. I wasn't sure if you had like a set standard for safety for the officers, because you don't want an older vehicle on the road or certain mileage that could, incorporate more costs just to repair it instead of just buying something new.
So with the patrol vehicles mostly, that's where that occurs. It's not a set mileage. We end up, when it gets around the 100,000 miles mark, it gets cascaded down to our detail fleet, which actually makes money for the town when it's out on the detail sites.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion from the council? Here, yeah, Vice President Verducci.
So just curious here as we learn, I don't see any trade-ins with this. So what do we do with our old? Are they not worth?
So the lowest ones or the oldest beat up ones will get cascaded down or out of there. And these will replace those. If we could use it for details, we would. If not, we would maybe cascade it to another department in town.
Do we auction gov deals, scrap or?
They would scrap if they got that out of condition.
Giving the people clickbait on your first meeting. Any further discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes, and I don't want an old vehicle, just for the record.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And lastly, for the chief, resolution 2024-117 to award a purchase of a 2024 Chevy Tahoe four-wheel drive patrol K9 vehicle to Colonial Municipal Group Police Patrol Technology /K9 Equipment /Emergency Light /Siren to Island Tech Services LLC, Patrol Vehicle Graphics to Advanced Graphics Incorporated for the Coventry Police Department. This is pages 176 to 209 in our packet. Do I hear motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Brown,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Chief.
So this is the same conditions. We got a grant for this to pay for it in entirety. Our current K9 vehicle is in very rough shape. It will be kept as a secondary car for the K9 officer, but it's in rough shape.
Discussion from the council? Councilman Brown.
Just a comment. good job in getting the grants, chief. That goes a big way on paying for a lot of this stuff. So congratulations on getting those grants.
Thank you.
Did I see a hand fly up here? Don't have dinosaur arms. Put that hand up with your whole chest. Vice President Verducci.
So actually dovetailing off of Councilman Brown's question, what do we do in the absence of pennies from grants here? Do we have rolling stock kind of replacement plan? Or?
So basically what happened, we'd have these on our capital item list and they just sit there for years after years after years and don't get them. So.
Well, there you go.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Steve.
Thank you very much.
Moving to Resolution 2024-118 to award a bid for a consultant to survey the historic resources of the Arkwright and Harris Villages to David L. Taylor, Historic Preservation Consultant. This is pages 210 to 271 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Brown,
Second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Discussion. Manager Perillo?
So the Historic Preservation Commission got the $10,000 grant about a year and a half ago that they've been wanting to do this study. So they put in the RFP and they got a consultant to bid on it, and they like to move forward with the historical survey of the Arkwright and Harris Village with the intent of getting it on the National Historic Registry list.
So just confirming this is not town money. This is money they won. This was an application we put in, I think, last spring, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
A while ago.
All right. Discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, Vice President Verducci?
Just a quick question. So given that it spans multiple governance areas, I think I saw that in the write-up, different towns involved. Does this, are we kind of running point on this thing, or how does that work with the other communities?
I think we are, because majority of it is in Coventry, so I think we kind of taken the lead, and there's communication with the others, but I think the grant was applied for and by us, so we're taking the lead on.
One for you, maybe.
Yeah.
Does this put us in any kind of liability should anything be found or needed to be updated, or, you know, once it's on the register, is it out of our hands?
I don't think so. I think it's more just about, I think it's paperwork more than anything else as described. I will say, related to this, as someone that frequents Hash and Harris, we should consider maybe dollars for this commission in the budget with respect to if we're going to really go all in on the historic district. There's some signage about these districts that could be replaced. I know the Harris one is looking sad. And Arkwright, I think it spills into Cranston, right? Nah, forget Cranston. So any other discussion from the council? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Resolution 2024-119 to award a bid for signage to the Coventry Land Trust with approved ARPA funds to Voss Signs. This is page 272 in your packets. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make that motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
Second.
second by Councilman Brown. Manager Perillo?
So the land trust had $1,900 appropriated to them by the council for some signage. So this is spending approximately $1,200 of it. The rest we're going to roll over in the MOU into next year for some additional signage. But this is for some trails and different things they've wanted. This is actually being voted on tonight by the land trust themselves. And they look forward to utilizing the money to get some needed signage on some of these trails.
Discussion from the council? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And last but not least, for resolutions, 2024-120 to approve additional funding for the Green Farms Estates Drainage Improvement Project at Old North Road / Minglewood Drive. It's page 273 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Seconded.
second by Vice President Verducci. Discussion, Manager Perillo.
So hopefully this will be the last conversation regarding this project. The project is done. There were some cost overruns due to some infrastructure issues that were learned upon doing some digging into that area. The change order requested is $12,000. I guess they thought there was a catch basin there, and there actually was not a catch basin there. It was just a conglomeration of dirt that they were using as a catch basin. So we had to actually install a catch basin into that area in order for this whole project to work, for this drainage project to work. And the additional $4,250 was to pave half of a driveway of a resident whose driveway, the pipe now goes underneath. So he replaced his whole driveway, but we only paid for half of that. That was the discussion we had with him because of that intrusion onto his property. So we're asking the council to appropriate $16,250 in opera funds to finalize this project.
Discussion from the council. Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
We'll now move to council business matters carried over. We have the another first reading of ordinance number 2024-5, amendment to the Town of Coventry Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Legislation 2005. This is being introduced for a first reading again because there were substantial changes, or should I say changes were substantial in nature. So this is listed here as a first reading. And it will be re-advertised for public hearing as we saw with the process for the other ordinance this evening. Solicitor Angel.
I had a question for the clerk. We reposted this 4 days before the meeting and all of that.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We'll now move to public comment for undocketed items. This is public comment for those items not on our agenda this evening. Please come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand to be let in, state your name and address for the record, and unmute yourself. Public comment going once, twice, 3 times. Public comment on undocketed items is closed. Introduction of new matters before the council. Item A, approval of Narragansett Electric to be granted permission to locate and maintain conduit wires and fixtures, including the necessary sustain and protecting fixtures to be owned by your petitioner along and across the following public ways: Maple Valley Road, install pole to serve new residential customers service. This is on pages 280 to 283 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Make that motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua.
Second.
Second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for the, oh, shoot, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. We'll move to report of other town officers and officials, solicitor, Mr. Angel.
Okay. Okay. The wing on this side disappeared, sorry. I apologize in advance for the length of the report, but we have new faces in the room, getting acclimated to some business, and there's some new business dictated by the new term. First of all, thank you all for my reappointment as your solicitor, and congratulations to the new council members. I'm going to take my report out of order since we are out of order on the agenda. We'll do council rules last. I want to talk for a moment about the second bullet, which is a town councilor's fiduciary duty of loyalty and care to the Municipal Corporation of Coventry. For those of you who don't know, I have always viewed being solicitor essentially as a misnomer for that of general counsel for the municipal corporation itself. That's what the solicitor does. You folks employ me, but my loyalty, as is yours, is to the Municipal Corporation of Coventry. What does that mean? You essentially sit as an elected board of directors. If you were in a private company, you would owe a very similar duty of loyalty and care to that private company. That is separate and apart from any ethics responsibility that you have personally or individually. What does that mean? Well, it means, for example, that when we're in executive session, we're going to discuss things in executive session that stay in executive session. There'll be economic opportunities that we'll discuss in there. There'll be personnel matters that are discussed in there. You may be friends with some of the people who have a personnel matter or who may otherwise be impacted by decisions that may be made as part of litigation or contracts. You have to leave what you learn in that room and between your ears. That is part of the duty of loyalty that you owe to the Corporation of Coventry. If you fail in that duty, you compromise the position of the town of Coventry. And that's all of us, really. It's not often talked about, but it's a separate and independent legal duty that you owe to the Municipal Corporation of Coventry. Much like you appoint me to take care of that corporation, your constituents elect you to exercise that duty of loyalty and care toward the corporation. And it's hard to do sometimes. On a basic level, we've all come up through the ranks respectively or privately in a company. And the person who used to sit next to us and have a similar job to us is now someone who works for us. And while we may be friends with them or have some other relationship with them, we now find ourselves in a position of being their supervisor. And as a result of that, you have to be a supervisor first and a friend later. And part of being a supervisor means that when it comes to some things that you learn, particularly in executive session, you have to keep that to yourself. You can in no way compromise the town's position, whether it be in litigation, a negotiation, a matter of economic interest, for example. Say we were competing to lure a business to Rhode Island, and we were competing against several other municipalities. The manager would share that with you. It would be discussed in the back. You may know the president of the company. You may not discuss that with him. And you may not discuss that with your friend who may be part of the competing municipality. So just to be aware of that, and I'm happy to discuss that more and take your questions. What happens if there's a breach? What happens if there's a breach? If there's a breach, you can be subject to penalties for that breach. As an elected official, if you were on a private board of directors, you'd be subject to expulsion, okay, from the organization. It doesn't work that way in an elected capacity, but you would be subject to recall, okay? So you have to think about that, not to mention the fact that if it were a one-of-a-kind opportunity and there were money damages caused by your conduct to the municipality, you may be subject to a lawsuit for which you would not be covered in your legislative capacity. So you have to know those things. My job is to keep everybody out of harm's way. I often say that I'm like the blindside tackle in football. If you get grass stains on your jersey, it's because you fell down, not because I missed the block. So, you know, I will try to point those things out to you, but you have dominion over your own private conduct. Do you have questions on that?
Oh, you played football. I played with quarterback.
Yeah, but that I had no grass stains, you know, I had a good blindside tackle. Anyway, any questions on that?
Do you ever recuse yourself in a closed door session, executive session, or you're not you? I'm sorry. Does one recuse themselves?
certainly.
Okay. So if you felt like that could be a potential conflict,
Yeah,
would that be?
and we'll talk about, that's sort of next up is, you know, what's a conflict of interest? Okay, what's ethics? And I'll answer that question. So the next bulleted item is the Ethics Commission and ethics law. When I first came here, I organized training concerning the requirements under the Rhode Island law relative to the Ethics Commission and filings. If we can get this out of the way, I did speak to my contact there today, and she provided me with 4 dates in February. So if we could build some consensus around that tonight, I would like to get back to her and get that scheduled. And hopefully that same night, I will also get the Rhode Island Attorney General's office to participate in providing some training on OMA and the Access to Public Records Act. Now, I will speak at that as well. But in the event that people are skeptical of what I have to say, you can hear it from them. I work closely with them. I will tell you that we've not had, in my opinion, a particularly strong compliance culture, certainly not when I walked through the door, but we're getting better. You know, we don't have the volume, not that I'm inviting this, but we don't have the volume of complaints that we had before. I inherited a great many complaints that could have been avoided if there had been a compliance culture here. Unfortunately, there really was not. And that's not to besmirch the reputation of folks who work here who may have been involved in that. People are only as good as the training that they get and the instructions that they receive. If there are questions, I encourage people, if it's particularly an ethical question, if it's open meetings question, you don't have to deal with Access to Public Records Act issues. That's an internal issue here. And we can talk, you'll learn more about that at the training, but the dates that were given to me by the Ethics Commission, they're in February, they're booked in January. In the same week, there's a Monday and a Thursday, the 3rd and the 6th, or the 17th and the 20th. So if you could take a moment before you leave here tonight and tell me that one of those is not good for you, we'll cross it off. Because we certainly like to try to provide the council with maximum opportunity to be there. And that sort of drives the bus on, you know, other boards and commissions being invited, because we're going to do all boards and commissions just like we did. Well, you weren't here 2 years ago. We did all boards and commission. I apologize. I lost track of that. We did all boards and commissions. We did all
School committee
department
as well,
heads.
right?
Um,
Did we invite them?
we did not do school committee.
Oh,
We're not responsible for their compliance.
not saying we're responsible, but
So, and we would post it as a regular council meeting and just have you guys convene in the corner, and then disband at the end of it, because you'll all be in the same room. So if you can just look at your calendars, again, it's February 3rd, 6th, the 17th and the 20th. I did a Monday, Thursday combo because I know that Mondays generally is pretty wide open for folks, and Thursdays is too, but we have pretty heavy meetings around here Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so.
The 17th is a holiday.
She was wrong. I just right. Good point. 17th is out. Any one of those that anyone's on vacation?
All right,
So the others are good? I can pick one of the others? Okay, so I'll get back to her tomorrow. Thank you. So let's talk ethics for a minute. The name, the Rhode Island Ethics Commission, is also a misnomer. Okay, when they first started, they were called the Conflicts of Interest Commission, long before I was practicing law, by the way. The Ethics Commission gets its authority through the Rhode Island Constitution and state law and the Rhode Island Code of Regulations. You can go to their website, you can poke around. You have some individual personal responsibilities, one of which is to file your annual ethics filing. It can be done online, okay? I believe the deadline is in March. So you have a little while to get yourselves acclimated. I know that for Councilman Brown, who, if you think you've had trouble with your deck here, I'm going to have trouble with the chief, but the chief has been filing this for years. Anyone who's participated on a public board or in any public entity has filed this for years. You don't necessarily have to worry, but I know that Councilwoman Capaldi's relatively new, Vice President Paducci's new, as is Mr. Copley. So you have to become acquainted with that. So why are they called really the Conflicts of Interest Commission? As you may know, in general, ethics is a philosophy. It's a philosophy in and of itself that is informed by the rule of law. It's informed by religion. It's informed by social mores, and the list goes on and on and on. The purview of the Ethics Commission is very narrow. While someone's conduct in general may in and of itself be unethical, that is, the Ethics Commission is not in the business of looking at all unethical conduct. The Ethics Commission is in the business of looking at conflicts of interest. How do you, as a public official, gain some benefit to yourself or a family member or a business associate as a result of some public decision that you will have influence on or that you will be making? That's the essence of it, okay? That takes a lot of different shapes and forms. So you may say to yourself, well, I think I may have a conflict. Give me a ring and we'll discuss it. Now, if you call the Ethics Commission and say, hey, look, I think I've got a conflict. Can you tell me if I'm in the right or I'm in the wrong? Whether they tell you, yes, you're in the right or you're in the wrong or whatever the case may be, that is not a binding opinion. The only binding opinions of the State Ethics Commission is one that you make a request for in writing. Put it in writing and they get back to you, okay? You have to be very careful when you request an ethics opinion, because if you get the facts and the circumstances wrong in your request and you make a mistake, words matter. So you have to be very careful how you phrase it when you write for your opinion, okay? That's not something that the town does for you. That is really, because it's an individual responsibility, that's something you have to do. If you take it upon yourself and say, well, I don't think I have a conflict of interest, that will not stop someone from making a complaint against you. They make the complaint. You then have to defend that complaint. The town does not defend you in that complaint. You either defend yourself or hire a lawyer to do so, okay? That's private expense. That's why it's good to write the request for an opinion well in advance. Because if they give you an opinion that says you do not have a conflict of interest and somebody files a complaint against you, for all those of us who are old enough to have played the board game Monopoly, we say, got a get out of jail free card. I got to pass on this one. I've got an opinion. So it's nuanced, okay? But really the essence of ethics law in Rhode Island is not all things ethics, but rather what is your conflict of interest in the transaction or the decision, okay? And it focuses around benefit that comes to you personally, and benefits that come to a family member or a business associate, or in some other way that you financially benefit, okay? And financial benefit just doesn't mean money. It can be a better position in your workplace or some other promise that was made to you. That's generally. I want to get this overview to you because we're going to be conducting business between now and February. And rather than me, and by the way, I'm not suggesting not to call me. I think you all know that. But to just cut some things off at the pass so we can, do business with a clear head between now and February. I want to cover this. I will be sending you, and I resisted sending you the package that I sent out in December of 2022, which was, I will send you the latest Open Government Summit handbook, which is the handbook the Attorney General puts together every summer that they do the Open Government Summit. That talks about the Open Meetings Act and the Access to Public Records Act. And the Ethics Commission, I put something together for you that will give you the links to the website and some other things that you may want to think about. Now let's talk about something else that matters, recusal, because this is something that the Ethics Commission wants you to do. If you know that you have one of those conflicts, okay, and you're going to recuse from a vote or an issue, you have to do a couple of things. First thing, you want to download the form. I know the clerk may have the forms for you. She should, be coming to the meetings with, extra copies of blank forms. You need to fill that form out and sign it and do two things with it. One is to make sure that the clerk has a copy on file here, okay? You need to keep a copy for yourself, and then you need to mail the original to the State Ethics Commission so that it's on file with them, okay? Very important to remember. If you forget this stuff, not a problem, give me a ring, okay? But if you're going to recuse, now there's a difference between recusing from a vote and abstaining from a vote. Abstention's are totally different, doesn't involve the Ethics Commission, okay? You can just choose not to vote, you abstain. Okay, but to recuse from a vote means you have to fill out that form, put it on file with the clerk, send the original to the Ethics Commission. Okay. Question.
Councilman Blake.
Can you just clarify, when someone recuses themselves from a vote, are they supposed to remove themselves from the room as well?
That's a great point. If you're not going to vote on something, let's, say, for example, that the vice president was intended not to vote on something. He does not get to sit in his seat. He needs to leave the dais, and he should leave the room. I've seen situations where, for example, you have someone in council leadership who may be part of a neighborhood group, and the neighborhood group is suing a local developer. That developer is involved in business before the town in various stages. That council person needs to get up and then in that case, leave the room. Now, it's also incumbent upon other council members that if there's an executive session on that issue, I don't care if that other council person is your best friend, you may not under any circumstances discuss what goes on in executive session concerning a matter for which they've recused themselves, okay? Another way that this may come up. Let's go back to my fact pattern. You've got the council person who's not voting on the zone change. They get up, they recuse themselves, they leave the room, they fill out the form, and everything's great. Well, that zoning matter then has to go to planning. So now as a council person, yeah, but I'm a citizen too. Not anymore, you're not. You're not, okay? You're a council person. You appoint the planning board, okay? You can't just sit in the back of the room like this at the planning board meeting. You say, well, I'm an observer. You want to be an observer? Watch it on Zoom, okay? I mean, don't take the chance, okay?
Thank you.
That's been used as undue influence in some complaints. That's a great point. Thank you. Any more questions on that? Open Meetings Act and access to public records. Joanne and I are very fond of the APRA. It is a pain in the neck, to be perfectly candid with you. I think a lot of people use it just to give public officials a hard time because it creates a burden for your clerk's office. We've very well acquainted with the deadlines now to respond and so forth. That's all internal. You want to know about that, we can talk about it offline. It doesn't apply to you. Town clerk takes care of your records, okay? As far as what does apply to you, where the town clerk is concerned, the town clerk is one of those officers in town where she really has independent legal duties that she owes to the manager as a department head, okay, to the council, she's your clerk, okay, and then the law prescribes some independent duties for her as well. And you saw the other night when you were inaugurated, she's the one who opens that meeting because technically, until you elect officers, there's no one to run the meeting. Okay, so, but the clerk is a very unique position. In terms of the Open Meetings Act, she's the one who collects the information from the various officers. I'll give you an example. In my department, I send her something that looks like this. These are my agenda items. I send her that. She slots it in the various places. We have that pretty much down to a science at this point, I think. I'm not alone. Town manager does the same thing. And all the other department heads filter, into him to get that done. It's really incumbent on her to get your agenda filed. Why am I telling you about what she's supposed to do? Because if there's a violation or a complaint, I should say, relative to council business, the council gets sued. The Coventry Town Council gets sued, not the town clerk. Okay. So, and when I say sued, there's a complaint process. Some of you, we had one recently, one of my favorites, which is you get these anonymous complaints that come in. Complaint comes in and, you have to answer the complaint. You did X, Y, and Z, or this counselor did X, Y, and Z, and we defend the matter. But in terms of the agenda that's in front of you, okay, this is an important legal document. Now, Dan and I talk all the time about any number of things, probably more than either one of us would like on occasion. Okay, we've been in doctors' offices, coming out of procedures. How you doing? Sorry I didn't get back to you, but I was having this done. Oh, gee whiz, So we've both been there. But the reality is sometimes we forget some of the most important things, which, for example, I panicked tonight because I read the agenda, which says that the meeting's happening here in chambers. And my recollection last time we got together is that this room was going to be out of commission. And I thought that with the length of the agenda and all the hubbub, maybe that got missed. We all miss things. So I was in a panic and said, where in God's name are we having this meeting? Because if we're having it across the street, the rule is we can still have the meeting, but we have to post a sign on the door and we have to wait a little bit for folks to go across the street and all this other stuff. There's a procedure to do that. We've been through that too, okay? But this agenda is really important. I mean, it tells people, where the meeting is, and this has been structured in a particular way to help comply with the law for open meetings. And it's also structured because Joanne uses a particular program as to how these things get slotted in. So what do you have to tell people on an agenda? You've got to give them fair and plain notice of what you're going to be talking about. You just can't say nothing, okay? You just can't say, we're going to talk about spending some money in public works. Not quite. You saw tonight, same thing with chief of police. We need to list these things out with some specificity. I don't have to restate the whole thing. You have attachments, but there has to be a reasonable and fair correspondence between what you're talking about and what the attachment is. You don't have to have an attachment for everything you're talking about. Now, give you an example. So tonight we were talking about septic systems and loans and people replacing. That discussion could very easily have turned into, oh yeah, well, my friend has got a septic problem, but what about the sewer line? Oh yeah, and the whole discussion talks about the sewer line that goes down the road. I will put a stop to that. Don't be offended or be offended. I've said before, I'm an equal opportunity offender. Okay. I want to keep everybody in their lane. When it comes to discussion at council meetings, we have to stay in our lane, which is usually dictated by the agenda to one degree or another. And you may say, well, Steve, I interpret this differently. Well, you may, but I read the law, and no, we need to stay in this lane. I'm not here to throw cold water on discussion, but we have to stay to the topics in the agenda, generally speaking. So it's got to be listed. It's got to be advertised. There's a 48-hour rule, which I know the council president owned up to a mistake on the agenda. There's going to be mistakes on agendas because oftentimes we're under the gun to get things done. The agenda had to be done by Wednesday. You say, well, the meeting is on Tuesday. Yeah, but town hall was closed Thursday and Friday. Saturday and Sunday don't count. Okay. And you can't post Monday for Tuesday. So it had to be Wednesday. Okay. So that's just how it goes out of an abundance of caution. But in terms of open meetings, one of the things that you have to keep in mind, okay, under no circumstances whatsoever should you be organizing votes outside this room. Okay? Should not be happening. Under no circumstances do we go into executive session and talk about anything other than what's supposed to be an what the subject matter is for that item in executive session. There's no discussion about, well, how are we going to vote on this when this comes up? Absolutely not. Okay? You discuss your votes on the floor of the council. Discussion among any more than 3 of you can amount to a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Any more than 3 is a majority of this body. You're convening a decision-making group. Okay? String emails. Okay? Stay away from them. Do not, you'll see things that come from the town manager, things that come from me. I have a certain heading that goes on my emails to you to protect that communication. When I say don't respond all, don't respond all. Okay? I have seen emails from prior council people and from lawyers who work for this town because we archive our emails here. I have seen those. Votes were organized. That's illegal. Yes.
All right. I was thinking about that. I think it was today. When did I email you about the, that was this morning. Yeah. So there's an issue. It's in District 2, but now that we have 2 town-wides that also fall into, District 2, I'm like, should I put them on it so they understand what's going on or not? Because then that's 3 people that we shouldn't be on the email.
That's not the issue. The issue is people responding in a way that says, well, I'm not voting for that. Are you? Okay. But, FYI, you've got 2 townwides. You've got an issue of interest in your area. They may want to know what's going on, or they may know something about the issue.
Right.
It may not necessarily be a matter that comes before the council for its consideration, or it may well be. Out of an abundance of caution, assume that it is. But providing information, okay, is not in and of itself a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Just say don't respond all. You can also get into trouble with text messages in a string or a group. You can get into trouble with social media. Stay away from responding to social media solicitations. Well, hey, council person, what do you think about this issue? Well, before you know it, 3 other council people have responded to that. And now there's some sort of a discussion that's occurring. okay, that can be construed as some convocation of decision makers, okay? It gets technical, it probably is not, okay? I had one recently that is not and won't be, but who knows? This Attorney General's office takes a very narrow reading of the Open Meetings Act. They love to spank people, okay? But unless your conduct is reckless and flagrant and knowing, it's not a 10-minute major in the penalty box, okay? But you will get dinged for it. The town will get dinged for it. So keep that in mind. Serial communication, serial participation. Like I said, out of an abundance of caution, we'll post a meeting notice for the night that we do this training for the ethics and for open government, because I don't want somebody to say that we had meetings and so forth. So, and don't huddle up in the corner, okay? Doesn't mean you can't stand in line to go to the restroom. It just means talk about the ball game, okay? Something, anything. Questions on open meetings?
If I could just make a recommendation, any communication that goes to the entire council, maybe we could use the BCC line, because I've seen various instances where someone accidentally hits reply all rather than just reply to the first center. So I would, if we could try to institute that, that would just be a recommendation.
Yeah, one of the things that, as you know, Councilman, I don't send communication to anybody unless it's intended for them. People are very sloppy with emails. They repurpose string emails. Don't do it. Start again and use the subject line. Whatever that subject is, stay with that. Don't forward things, okay? As a public official, that can be a big problem. So if you have issues with that or questions, call me. Happy to. And Jamie's lived this, with others for a few years and with me for 2, and I have a very different approach to this. So I know how to keep you out of trouble. So let's just continue to do that. Will mistakes be made? Sure, they'll be made, but they'll be honest mistakes, and it's not anything that we'll be responsible for. Okay. Next item. We're going to try to organize all the other trainings for that same night. So we'll be in touch with the AG's office to get everything done on one night for you. Okay. Let's talk about Johnson's Pond, Flat River Reservoir Dam. So the work was on phase 2 was completed today. Price tag for that is less than $50,000. I don't have a final invoice yet. This is the repair. For those of you who weren't here before, may not have been tuned into this particular issue. The work that was done in 2 phases. The face of the spillway was repaired, and the capstones, they were grouted and so forth. We had some magic jumping rocks in the face of the spillway that were put back and grouted in place and filled with concrete. And then, out of an abundance of caution, not because we were under any particular order to do it, the town chose to take the advice of its engineers, GZA, and to essentially install about 35 feet of essentially a concrete ribbon, like a toe, that was pegged in place into the bedrock. That super strength pour was finished. It'll be fully cured in 3 days, but we're going to give it 10 to 13 days. That's the recommendation that's been given to us. What does that mean? Well, it means really at the end of 2 weeks, we're going to look to do the dye test. So we're now shifting to get permission from DEM to chew gum and walk on getting that test done. We want to be mindful of the weather because it's cold with no promise of it being warm until the springtime. We don't want to raise the water level in the pond and then have it freeze and then let the water level up and pull out people's docks. We're mindful of that. So we're going to have alternative schedules so that if we have to do it in the spring, we may raise the water level sooner rather than later, springtime, to put it under hydrostatic pressure, 1, and 2, to do the dye test, which is being required by DEM. We're more interested, or the engineers are more interested in hydrostatic pressure. Everybody thinks we're going to be fine. Okay. So that's where we are on that. Other questions on that?
Just, what are the fund source for the dam repairs?
ARPA.
Okay, good. So,
and I believe we have an additional appropriation of ARPA money that we've made to this, or no? Before the end of the year. Okay. Because what we're looking at, what we're looking, and why am I talking to you about this? Because it's still a legal matter. Yes.
Just a question on that conversation. If we don't have another town council meeting, how is that appropriation going to happen? Okay. Because the money needs to be earmarked by 12/31 this year.
Yes.
Correct. And you're saying that the MOU will carry and we don't need a town council vote to support that before year end. Okay.
I'll be talking to the town manager about that because the actual appropriation has been made by resolution. So there's a different nuance in the designation of ARPA funds versus the actual expenditure. So in fact, we get to the MOUs at the end of my report. So one of the things that we've talked with the engineers about, we're having them as well as the contractor prioritize the things that need to be done to the dam and its structures and to put some cost estimates to that so that the council is aware. Obviously, the council approved these emergency repairs, which hopefully will get us out of some of the litigation that we have with DEM. They didn't sue us. We stepped into the shoes of Social Holdings and volunteered to own up to what needs to be done in that litigation. So we'll be discussing some of the other litigation developments in executive session tonight. So questions on the pond and anything I've had to say about the repair. Center of New England receivership. This is another one that straddles both public interest and some legal issues. The public developments in the court case are that we had a hearing 2 weeks ago on some receiver motions, one of which was the receiver wants to get paid out of receivership funds. The other was to provide a status relative to some of the work that you and the rest of the public see. With respect to that, as a reminder, part of what the town has been able to do, and it's creating some leverage in this, was to get Center of New England Boulevard back in some kind of shape and to complete the wetlands crossover. The completion of that wetlands crossover is very expensive. DEM's involved. Nothing with DEM involved is easy. Nevertheless, that's expected to be, the wetlands crossover is expected to be finished in the spring. That's where we are with that. Between now and the spring, when that is reconnected, I don't think anyone has to be a traffic engineer, chief of police, or on the traffic committee to know that you need a light at Hopkins Hill Road. That's actively being addressed. And that is one of the things that I'm working on with the receiver to make sure that the receiver pays for that. So we'll be trying to move that as quickly as we can, and we will keep you and the public abreast of that. The rest of it, I really can't talk about in public, but to the extent of what I've said, does anyone have questions? Arnold Road landfill PRP group solar array. Let me tell you why it's listed this way for those of you who haven't seen it before. As you know, we have a closed landfill that's been capped on Arnold Road. We, the town, is a 60% shareholder in the PRP group, which is the group charged with stewarding the remaining life of the landfill. There's a trust fund that has been established that's managed by the PRP group and its constituent members, with a third-party fiduciary that manages those funds. The PRP group has been represented by a lawyer named David Graham at Cannolis and Kaufman down in Virginia. David Graham has worked on the landfill for more than 30 years. The longest tenured participant in that. David has been a great guy to work with. I say that because he's retiring. So there'll be another partner in his firm that will accede to that interest. His name is Tim. I can't remember his last name, but we'll have a call to get acquainted. I wanted to tell you that myself and Mr. Graham have worked to reduce the costs of operating a closed landfill. Just so you know, we get monthly updates on environmental. There are annual filings related to an environmental land use restriction that the PRP group owes to DEM. There's a lot involved in it. We have an engineer, an outside engineer who's an expert in landfills, who's involved with us, that works with us, and they have things that they do monthly to monitor the cap itself, to monitor the gas extraction system. It's really quite an interesting operation. I'm sure if you want to go out there sometime, town manager will be happy to take you up there, particularly in February, and get a few degrees. And then, of course, there's a solar array. Now, the town, you know, when I came here, there was an old letter of intent in place to establish a solar array that would inure some monthly financial benefit to the town after its construction. We've advanced that ball and gotten it to the point of what you see now, which is the physical solar array, which has been constructed. You know, what do you do while it's being constructed? Well, you know, as the remaining council members know, we had hired GZA, who is the engineer on the landfill, was also hired by us to be our eyes and ears on the construction of the solar array to make sure, or to ensure, that there weren't breaches in the cap and things of that nature. And it's worked out very well, actually. There have been some breaches in the cap that were discovered, not caused by construction, that were repaired. You know, everybody's been eager to put a fence around that landfill, but it had to, you know, you won't engineer a fence if you put it up at your house, but you do when you're on landfill property, because the last thing you want to do is put a post through a gas extraction pipe and start all over again. So there's been a bit of engineering involved in that. I think the fence is due to be completed in the next few weeks. That solar array cannot go live on the grid until the fence is finished. That's what the regulator requires. The solar array is operated and constructed by a company called Amoresco. They've been a very good construction partner to work with. I am told that the go live date, which comes with money, he said that he smiles, one of the few times you see him smile, money coming in, is January. So we'll keep you updated on that. And I do think it's worth the council, or maybe 3 members at a time or whatever, take a walk up there, take a tour of the place and get some things pointed out. It's worth it. Kevin's still here. Kevin's always here. Kevin's happy to take down one of the trucks because they bounce through the gates and they have their little millings pile off in the corner. Kevin and his people were involved in helping to redesign the gate system because it looked great on paper. And Kevin looked at it and he said, it's charming, but I can't get a truck to turn around. That's a problem. So we got that fixed. We got everybody at the table to fix that. So that's where we are. And I put these items on because for the new folks, you've not heard it this way, so we keep you updated. Questions on that?
Only for the new members, if they don't know, how much are we going to get annually, and what can that money be used for?
So first of all, last question, first answer, which is whatever you want. It can go in the general fund. How much? I should have looked. It's been a while since I looked. I'll give you the economics. I'll send an email. When we started, obviously you were going to get less, if you remember. Now we're getting more. What the more is, I don't know. It's low 100,000s. I want to. Is that what it is? I think we started, it was at 116 and now we're close to 140. Yeah. So that's where that is.
Thank you.
Is that inclusive or exclusive of our expenditures? As far as, is that free and clear money, whatever that 139
the only
is, or is that?
expenditures that we have is that we agreed to pay a consultant, GZA, to oversee the construction process, sort of as an independent look. And I think that was a $16,000 contract, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they might be over by $1,500 based on the length of the construction schedule. They only estimated to be out there for so many weeks. So, yeah, but yeah, the income, it's part of what the town gets to spend. You all get to allocate that. Other questions?
Can you just explain the maintenance responsibility?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we'll get you the documents too. Maintenance responsibility is really Amoresco. Amoresco, we took some time. There are a lot of agreements in place with them. From everything to if they poke a hole in the cap, if the cap settles and you got to, there's a lot of weight there. I mean, these things are rated to take 120-mile-an-hour sustained winds before they become unstable. That means you're putting a lot of weight on top of the landfill. The landfill itself, oddly enough, was engineered for a solar array. Yeah, that was the intent. Yeah, the cap itself, the top of the landfill was flattened out and certain type of material put underneath the, what looks like AstroTurf. It was intended for that. And then what they do is, show you the pictures, but they put down a type of crushed stone in a certain footprint. And then on top of that, they put the metal stanchions that hold the panels. So it's a whole system, but Amoresco is responsible for that maintenance.
And that comes out of their end, not our 139.
Correct. Yep. We're just a landlord. Yes.
What is the life expectancy of the
25 years is the initial piece of it. There's a decommissioning fund that will be set up. Add that to our list of trust funds, Mr. Savetti, that we have to put together. I only say that because there's a section in the ordinances related to finance where we should have trust funds enumerated, but they're not. not anybody's fault who's here, but we'll take care of that. But this is a trust fund, and I had sent Bob an email on that. So for decommissioning purposes. Now, at that particular point in time, the life of the solar array may in fact be extended. What ends up happening over the life, you know, of all the things I read, and I remember this, the panels themselves over time lose a certain amount of energy producing efficiency. And so they would need to be replaced at some point. We would enter into a new agreement with whoever the operator is, if Amoresco is bought out and so forth. You may not know this, but part of the due diligence that we did, I don't know, you were new, so it would have been like April or May of 23, was to see who we're dealing with Amoresco. I'm not in the solar power business. They're one of the best companies in the country to deal with. So pretty pleased. And I can tell you from the way they behaved on this project, if they operate this the way they behaved in the construction and every other aspect of this, we've got a good partner and probably be worth doing business with them again at the end of 25. Other question?
Can we just briefly touch on the maintenance costs of the actual landfill itself? 'Cause I know it's been discussed in the past, cost of gas monitoring, groundwater testing.
I'll get you the budget. We're scheduled to have a budget meeting. We actually have, you've always designated a lawyer to sit in this spot, and you should for a variety of reasons, but we had a lot of people at the table, so now I'm the designee. We have budget meetings. We have meetings with the investment group, and we have a budget meeting coming up in January. I'll get you those budget documents. If I'm not mistaken, I think I may have circulated those one other time, but I don't recall, and they'd be stale by now anyway, because many of the expenses in the budget have fallen off. For example, the cost of the insurance policy on the cap was approximately $11,000 a year. Now, when the cap was installed, that the cap itself was worth, and it's a specially designed cap made by Geo something. I'll get that name too. No, that was somebody else. It'll come to me. Anyway, if I blurt something out in the back room, you'll know that that's it. Cost of the cap was about $1.2 million when they installed it. That cap right now is worth about $4 million to replace. Insurance costs about $11,000 a year. Amoresco, as part of our deal, pays half. So we've reduced our cost in that. For the council, we were, the town was scheduled to pay, Amoresco was only scheduled to pay 50% of the cost of the installation of the fence. And the rest of that cost was to be borne mostly by the town. Why? Because not all of that fence benefits the PRP group. Portion of that fence benefits the town more than it does them. And the real necessity for putting up a very different fence than what you see now is as a result of the solar array, and we don't share in the revenue. The PRP group itself doesn't share in those revenues. That's a town-only revenue. So, you know, they're a little, I've had a very good relationship with David Graham, and I've not traded on that, but we've gotten away with some things that we may not get away with in the future. So I'm kind of glad that the financial pieces of this are done at this point. So if we ever had to replace that, it would be a huge number, which is why we have insurance, and we've got this PRP group to pay half of that. I think Bob, you manage those funds, right? The insurance payment for that. They don't come through you. They go. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. So, did I answer your question? I'll get you that budget.
Councilman LeBlanc.
I believe it's Watershed Geo is the name.
That's the name. Watershed Geo. Thank you. Any other questions on this? It's an important issue. It's not going to go away. As center of New England is built out, don't forget, there are parcels of land that are our neighbors. Those parcels have been vacant since, A. Cardi was operating their operation there. But they won't be vacant anymore. And, we have to be cognizant of the fact that that may have some impact on landfill, closed landfill operations. We'll keep our eye on that. So far, so good. Engineering supports that we're in good shape. Okay, fair share development fee ordinance. I wanted to talk about this, not for purposes of debating it in the form of a public hearing. As you come up on the public hearing for this, there was a major revision to this because it did not contain an accommodation for low to moderate income housing. We've made provisions for that. So just pay attention to that in the ordinance itself. And this is also an illustration of, you saw tonight sort of the odd thing where there was a substantive change to an ordinance. Substantive change of an ordinance means you start again from the beginning. Starting again from the beginning means when you post an ordinance, I'm involved in drafting, but usually there's a council person. Council person always has to introduce an ordinance. Ordinances cannot be introduced by the town manager. That's why you see even on resolutions, introduced by so-and-so at the request of, okay? So an ordinance gets introduced. The charter is a little bit quirky in Coventry in the sense that a council person has to submit it to the clerk. The clerk has to post it for 4 days, not the OMA 2 days, but 4 days before the council meeting at which it's read for the first time. It's read for the first time, not discussed, not voted on, nothing, just introduced. Here it is. It's the functional equivalent of that ordinance being referred to a subcommittee of the council, which you don't have, and I don't recommend for ordinances. Okay? The next time that it's heard is the public hearing. If at the public hearing, a council member or at the request of the administration, there's a major change to that ordinance that doesn't, and you saw it tonight, for example, you had the land trust ordinance. The land trust ordinance was introduced at the same time that the fair share development fee ordinance amendment was introduced. There were minor changes to the land trust ordinance. They were minor. Instead of having 5 people, you have 7 people. Instead of 1, it's a 2. It's word substitution. It's a few other things. Not major changes, does not change the essence of the ordinance. That's a legal call. That's where you may not like me sometimes, right? This was one that it was a major change. It was an addition of a paragraph that substantively affected how the ordinance functions. That's why it was essentially reintroduced. That's why I asked Ms. Amatrano the question that I did it get posted for the 4 days? She knows her business. I just checked because I'm paranoid. So that's that on that issue. I just wanted to use that as an illustration of the process, okay? I do not recommend, with respect, that council people write their own ordinances. It never works. You're not lawyers. Yes, you are legislators, and I respect that. I am happy to work with anyone who wants to get an ordinance to the floor of the council. I don't pass judgment on policy. That's not what I do, okay? My job is to put it in some legal form that the council can consider. I may think it's a horrible idea, and you should ask me why that may be, and you should also ask me whether or not the solicitor would give it a positive or a negative recommendation. That's required by law. If I give a negative recommendation, there's usually a reason for it. Could be unconstitutional. I mean, I don't know, but if you want to pass an ordinance that says that the town manager needs to run around in 3 months and change all the light bulbs to pink light bulbs, that's a policy decision. I don't really care, but we can do that. That's not a hard thing to do. So, anyway, memorandums of understanding. So if you see pink light bulbs, show you know where the idea came from. Memorandums of understanding. There's one that town manager alluded to. I had drafted a memorandum of understanding and agreement relative to meeting some year-end ARPA requirements. We're in the last year of designation and the last few weeks of designation of ARPA funds. If we fail as a town to designate any unallocated, undesignated ARPA funds before December 31st this year, we will lose access to those funds, and we will. That's why that's being done. There's going to be an allocation of opioid settlement funds to the fire districts. This is taking a little longer. That'll come out tomorrow or the next morning. Whatever, this person standing before you can spend more than a couple of hours sitting at his desk and designate the time to finishing that. It's about 60% done. What's taken so long is ordinarily opioid funds are allocated from the municipal in somewhere in the municipal. In this case, those funds are leaving us. They're going to a district that we have no authority over. Why does that matter? Because opioid funds, much like ARPA funds, come with their own restrictions as to how they can be spent. And once we give those funds to someone else, if they misspend them and fail to follow the opioid settlement guidance, ultimately we're on the hook as a town. We're the ones that have to pay those funds back, okay? We have to create a legal mechanism where the districts owe us the money, where we have recourse contractually for them to identify us and to pay us whatever our costs are in having to give those funds back to the settlement. So, and we wanted to make sure that the recourse that we put on paper wasn't a pipe dream. We wanted to make sure that it was enforceable, and I'm confident that it is. And so that will happen very soon, and they'll get their money. And then that'll be the boilerplate going forward, pretty much. So, and by the way, each of the opioid settlements is a little bit nuanced. So we wanted to look at the ones from which the town of Coventry has received money to make sure we didn't need to put in different language relative to some oddball settlement with the drug company. Wanted to make sure that the general provisions were the same for everybody.
Do we have a number on what's left in that settlement funds after the fire district is?
A lot.
That's what's left after the fire district? So after the fire districts are paid, the money that they were approved, there's 400,000 left? And, okay, and has that been allocated, that balance? Okay, can we send out to the council itemized list of what is going, like specifically what that money is being used for in those projects?
I don't have that yet.
Don't have that, okay.
Yeah, but that's probably, hiring that person is probably at least a year out.
Okay, wow, okay.
Any other questions on that?
Yeah, just quick, Steve. There's more money coming in every
Oh,
year
yeah.
on
Yeah.
that, correct?
Yeah.
So that's gonna grow. That fund's gonna grow.
Yeah, I don't know how much more, to be honest with you. I'm not, hard to tell. Okay. Just the reporting on the stuff is a pain for Bob. Not for me, but you have to, you gotta log into these websites and do things. It's kind of crazy, but. Okay, last item, council rules. So I think you circulated the existing council rules, okay? Where did they come from? I wrote them. I've been asked to write documents of this kind for other municipalities, writing, bylaws and other governance documents for organizations is something that comes naturally. Public bodies are very nuanced, they're very different, so they have very different needs. There's usually some specific reasons why things are done. You have a draft. They are in effect presently, but I had made recommendations to the outgoing vice president and incoming leadership that given the size and the growth of the council, it may be wise for this council to consider a few things. First of all, as it considers its agenda for the month, you meet twice a month. That's a lot, okay? My suggestion is that for one meeting a month, you deal with all licenses. All your licensing issues get moved to either the first or the second meeting a month. And I say that for a couple of reasons. First of all, it gets you all into a better flow of understanding what licensing is about, because we see all sorts of different types of licenses. It will also help your clerk's office, okay? And by the way, Joanne isn't like making me food and I get to take it home because I'm saying this for her. But there's a lot of nooks and crannies to a licensing application and a lot of follow-up. And you'll see that, Joanne, we sort of changed how we do it here. Bless you. She's evolved in terms of, who's got all their stuff in on time, who's missing things and so forth, so that these things don't clog up your agenda. It's a lot easier to deal with them all at once. So if she's dealing, so she knows every 30 days, not every 2 weeks. Now, the real issue is going to be, at least up front, you're going to have people who are a little PO'd, who thought that they'd be on in 2 weeks, and instead, they've submitted an application. It may be 5 weeks before they get hit. That's only the first round. After that, it's every 30 days. And it makes some sense. And then if there's that oddball situation where you think you need, additional information, and it's one thing and it comes in, you can make the exception. She can put that on in the 2 weeks. But otherwise, just the licensing alone is a tremendous amount of work for the clerk's office. So that's my recommendation respectfully on that. It's really yours to do what you want. The other recommendation that I have is that this, as a council of 5, it makes no sense to have subcommittees of your council. It makes sense at 7. And ordinances isn't one of them because we don't have a tremendous volume of ordinances. But it does make sense for public safety. A public safety committee deals with things like licenses, deals with things like closures of businesses, okay, immediate licensing issues. And then those matter. So at a regular council meeting, you may have, some public, they call it safety services, I beg your pardon. Safety services issues that get referred to the committee, okay? The other, and that would be a standing committee of the council. We can talk about what that means. But the other standing committee of the council that I recommend is a finance subcommittee of this council. Your finance subcommittee can be monitoring things like audit schedules, audit deadlines, and reporting, and the chair of the committee can report to the council as a whole. It doesn't mean the whole council doesn't get to take up the issue and decide. It just means that, you kind of chewing it up a little finer before you get into this room. Otherwise, with the size of the council, you're going to be here late. And it's exciting up front. Trust me, I've done this. I've sat where you do. You get 2 years into your term. It's not fun anymore at 10:15. Everybody's got family and,
Toward the deferred term.
well, it's not easy to be sharp at 9:45 at night. Things are going to get missed. So subcommittees.
I don't know if this is probably too far outside of the conversation, but if we're talking about a finance subcommittee, if the town appoints one, is that something that can oversee school finances as well?
Well, here's the thing. First of all, let's talk about, I'm talking about a committee of the council. I'm not talking about anything other than a committee of council people. Because legislative bodies compose the subcommittees of legislators. There can be greater scrutiny, certain of things related to the school department. You know, look, I mean, it's no secret that their deficit has been a roaming, moving, random target number, okay? I've been on the monthly calls with the Auditor General. I think I'm the longest tenured one on the calls, actually. Bob's got maybe one more call than I do. And it's been a different number every month. So, and I write them all down when I hear them. It's like, okay, what's the number now? I play this game in my head and see if I can guess. So you can certainly provide more scrutiny, but you don't get to oversee their budget. You can certainly request information. You know, I mean, we could probably talk about how you might structure that. You know, my first recommendation in the most recent process we had talked about was that both the town finance department and the school finance department is on Keystone software, okay? But the middleware has never been in place to have their system communicate with ours such that we can pull data, real-time data from their system and have it on our end. Instead, what we get is pre-digested information and Excel spreadsheets. Well, data integrity is a question, okay? Regardless of anybody's intention in its input, human error is human error, but there's no human error in a push and a pull of data. And that's done all day long. I mean, I have an extensive experience with that in banking. That's not an overly expensive solution, especially if you have the same two pieces of software on either side. If Keystone doesn't have middleware, I'll eat this patent, because they're in the software business. They're happy to send you a bill for the 20 grand that it takes to provide you with that piece of software, I'm sure. And it's not that hard. I'm sure Bob would love it. I mean, because well, he would love it in the sense that at least it's on him. He knows how to pull data down. He knows what the system is. He knows what he's looking at. The only question becomes the timing of the input at that point. Is the input of the data, how dated is it? Is it 30 days old? Is it 90 days old? Are there things that you're waiting on? That kind of thing. He'll be able to narrow down the, you know, the chasm of differential that we've seen. So, but that's one of the things that's come out of this process. And I know that there's been some commitment to get that done. But I mean, at a different point, the town manager can speak to that. But those are sort of my recommendations on council rules. I don't know what anybody else has in mind, if you've had a chance to read them. If we want to talk about this again, or you want me to put some language together on subcommittees with blanks, so you can just see what that looks like and how that might function, I'll do whatever you folks want. So, you know, tell me. I mean, you tell me. I mean,
I think probably getting a couple meetings under our belt too with the 7-member council to see how it flows, and, you know, maybe
that's a good idea.
Just organize the rules based on how we can just be more efficient as a new group, because it's going to be a totally different operating process overall. So,
yeah, well, one of the things I suggest on licenses, I did this. I had a council that was busier with licensing than this one is. Okay, you got 36,000 people. When center of New England is built out, and you have some other retail development in that area, which I can't talk about, which may be in the offing, you're gonna have a lot more licenses to deal with. And because there'll be more of a retail draw to Coventry, you're gonna have more people willing to drive down Arnold Road to Tioga and have some businesses there that will be licensed businesses. You're going to get busy. One of the things that I did, because I had a municipality that was like that, was I created a consent agenda for licensing. And we could talk about how that works. It kind of works like the block voting does. With respect, I know that people like to meet the business owners and have them come, you know, before the council, but you have to consider that if you're having 10 and 12 licenses a night and you're going to play, let's meet the business owner, and everybody here wants to have the welcome wagon mission. And I'm just trying to be funny as opposed to being trite. Okay. And then you're going to have legitimate questions. Well, you're going to spend 15 minutes by the time somebody gets out of the seat and they get up here and we play with the button and we talk into the microphone and everything else. You're going to spend 15 minutes on any number of them. And if you're getting 15 a night and you talk to 10 of them, you do the math. And then you say, what in heaven's name have we been doing for the last hour and a half? Right? So you've got to think about that. And that's not to say you don't have legitimate questions. So I just ask you to consider that, because you're right. I mean, efficiency is important. So.
For the town council rules, I did read the packet you sent out, and at the very bottom, there was kind of like a blank space. And I do have a recommendation for at the end of that blank space. And I went around to different parts of the country, even Rhode Island, and I looked at a lot of other town councils, city councils, what they do. And most of them, I printed out some right here in Rhode Island, I could pass out to everybody. Just take one and pass it down. Is some have different wording, but like Foster is one. One of their last agenda items is future agenda items. And also Westerly has that too, and I printed out those two. Gloucester also does it, but what on theirs says is on their back page is pretty much open forum. And
for the council?
For the council.
That's illegal.
Oh, I printed it out if you want to. I did. That's
I don't care,
illegal.
it's illegal.
Okay.
You cannot have an open, you just can't. One of the things that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. One of the things that I caution against is having what's called a meeting within a meeting. Okay, where you have one topic and now we jump off onto another topic that's somewhat related. That's a no-go. Having a section that says, hey, let's, just like we do with the public, we're able to say to the public, does anyone have comments on docketed items? That's this section. And then we have the section where we have comment on undocketed items. Two things I want to point out, and I'm not making this suggestion. You do not have to have public comment at all. You do have to have public hearings. The OMA does not require public comment. Yes.
Just a point of clarification, I do believe that our charter was changed to require public comment. Just wanted to clarify.
And
that was in, I think, 2020.
But in the world of constitutional poker, my constitution beats your general statute, and my general statute beats your local charter, your home rule charter, and your code of ordinances all day long. So if they're in conflict, state law governs.
Totally hear you. I
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
the taxpayers or the residents of the town voted to have public comment as part of our charter. I wouldn't want to ignore it.
No,
That's all.
and I think it's look, it's not Coventry. My experience in Coventry is that people don't come to this podium for no reason at all, or to hear the sound of their own voice. They don't. You don't have those types of problems here. So generally when people show up at this podium, and I've heard from council people say, gee, I didn't know that. We're going to follow up on that. So I completely, I couldn't agree more just from my own observation. It's not a legal one.
If I may, Mr. Copley, just to the point on the future agenda items, the previous council never really used this part of the agenda, and I'm hoping that we can get council members to use it themselves, which is council member communications. That is totally the council members section to submit anything that they would like answers on, or that they would like to formally docket themselves to discuss with the council. So that's an avenue. I'm happy to send examples of where else that's used, but it gets away from the OMA violations of just saying, what does everyone want to talk about?
You have to list it though.
So that's what I would just,
Yeah, they would be listed. It would be, that's what they have it for future agenda items. You was like, I like to have this on the agenda for a future item, and then simply be like that.
Council member communications is a good spot for that.
Okay.
so you could just say to the clerk, for example, say that there's a drainage issue off in your district off Hopkins Hill Road. You've been going back and forth with the town manager. It's becoming a larger issue. And you'd like the rest of the council to hear about it and consider if the town should maybe supply town funds to fix this issue if we're liable, or how to address it. You can request that certain department heads be present to have that discussion publicly, but the council member communications is the avenue, and it's completely owned by the council members themselves to list items there and just properly docketed. Councilman LeBlanc.
That being said, can we just confirm the best way, since we have a new council now, for council members to get an agenda item put on the agenda? Is there a standard operating procedure for that? Does a council member just send an email to Joanne saying that they want this topic on the next agenda and it just magically appears? I just wanted to, just for anybody on this council that wants an agenda item.
So based on my rereading of these rules, I believe it does say, I'm looking for the exact section here.
Because those rules were written when we had a council of 5.
Docket preparation and content, this is about 4 lines down. Any council member may add an item to the docket by providing timely notice to the clerk in accordance with these rules.
Okay, so just to confirm, so if I want an agenda item, I just need to send an email to Joanne and it will be on the next agenda.
If these rules are passed, yes.
Okay.
So these are the rules that are in effect present. So that mechanism exists. What I would suggest, however, is you want to specify exactly what you want to talk about so that we don't have an OMA violation. So, you know, if you want to, you know, if anybody has a particular item they want to put in under council member communications, you can say, hey, does this work for a topic? Just, and not the topic itself, but the form. So.
And just to clarify, if a council member was to go that avenue, the item could be voted on as well? If it's a council member communication?
Yeah, well,
Just wanted to clarify.
No, it's a communication that, yeah, so it's not ripe for consideration as business.
Appreciate the clarification.
But that is a section where you can say, anybody else interested in this? Do we want to put this on and consider X, Y, and Z? And if the answer is yes, because you don't need an affirmative vote, people can say, yeah, sure, put it on. And then it goes to new business in the appropriate section.
I want to
Thanks for the clarification.
I want to be really
you.
clear, because there were past councils, council leadership that said that they wanted 3 people to say they wanted something on an agenda on a 5-member council. That's an open meetings violation. So I want us to stay away from
You can do it public.
basically drumming up an OMA violation behind the scene to just follow these. So,
Which
or
one,
whatever we
and
pass.
I'll guide you on that because we've not done a lot with this at this council, but you want to make sure that, let's say that, I don't know, snow plowing is an issue in your district. And you want to have a discussion, you know, I've got snow plowing issues. And turns out that in the course of you discussing your snow plowing issue, we're not having a discussion with the council, but does anybody else have these issues? Yeah. Do we want to put this as a mainline agenda item? Yeah, we do. And what do we want? You know, what do we want? What information do we want? Well, we want to know how many trucks Kevin has on the road. We want to know where they're assigned, whatever. I mean, I'm being stupid at the moment, but yeah. And then that way, you know, you can kind of narrow it down as it ripens into an item. That's the meeting within a meeting. Hey, I don't know if this is going on in your district, but This is what I'm seeing. Am I the only one? Is it only in my district? It's a bigger problem here. Other items on the council. So open forum is out, future agenda items to be addressed in council member communication. Anything else? Sir.
I don't know if the rules are appropriate for it, but I do appreciate Councilwoman Capaldi's thought there too. I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about, you know, who handles something or who should be involved in something, you know, in a constituent matter. Is that rules appropriate, or is that kind of an operating policy?
Well, I mean,
or-
if you want to legislate that, you can legislate it by resolution. But I've seen in some communities that the elected members can become very partisan. And your at-large council person may say, the heck with the representative from District 2. I'm going to handle it on my own. Okay. Sometimes councils put it in the rules that you can't do that. That you should provide the courtesy of notice to the issue to that district council person. And if they choose not to participate or whatever, then that's their business. You can legislate that in the rules. That
was my concern. You know, I was talking.
No, it makes
Jeff
sense.
Before we see, I think we should, yeah, definitely, because, especially if we get really busy or, you know, people could have their own agendas, whatever. I think we're here to fix the problems. And, I know both of you guys, I think we'll work well together, but I think that we should have parameters for future. Members too.
Here's a shout out to former Councilwoman Jen Ludwig. Okay. She was the poll person, right? And the poll that Rhode Island Energy wanted to put up wasn't necessarily in her district, but invariably she'd say, I drove by that spot and I know it's in Councilman LeBlanc's district, but did you know that poll, if you look at the sheet of paper, it's in the middle of the driveway? And everybody were like, really? Let's take a look at that, you know? So like a district-wide person, John's laughing, but you know what happened. But
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, hey, listen, but that also can work the other way too, okay? As an at-large, okay, you guys are at large. As an at-large, you may not know everything that's going on in the town, but your district person usually has a sense of what's going on in the district. So, you know, so it really works both ways, you know, but by the way, I mean, personalities are going to get involved. And I mean, if you really can't stand your at-large person or your district person, there's nothing you can do about that. You know, I mean, sometimes these things happen, you know, but we can't always make everybody play nice in the sandbox. It's a nice hope. So I've got some feedback. Anything else on the rules? So how long are we going to operate under the present rules before we decide to make some of these other changes? Because some good things have been said. So January. To do what?
To consider what these edits will be written as, or?
Well, no, I think what Councilman Pasqua pointed out was he wanted to see a few meetings go down to see how it works.
Yeah, personally, my suggestion was that since we've got a new dynamic, more seats, more people, maybe we put a couple of meetings behind us and just see how they flowed and what changes we could make to be more efficient in our business. Because I mean, you know, we've got a lot going on. So maybe the first meeting in February or something like that, just to get 2 meetings as a group beyond this one under our belts would be helpful.
Any other questions on?
Just wondering, what does that work product look like? Is that something we can circulate to each other and edit, or does that violate?
Yeah.
So we don't have, do we have to wait till the next meeting to all?
We would distribute to.
Then we could probably email you some suggestions in the meantime anyway, and maybe that
I
can
don't
help
share
them
them
out.
with
We
anybody. They just come
piece
to
it
me.
together.
What I'm gonna suggest, please use the subject line council rules. And don't send me 10 emails on council rules if you can. Kind of sit down and give me your thoughts. And what I think we can do then is discuss as a group those suggestions. And then decide, somebody may feel very strongly about something, take a vote. What do you want? What don't you want? How many standing committees do you want? Don't go overkill with the committees, because you're not too big, but you're big enough to give some work out. Anything else on rules? Okay. I'm running out of.
All right, so now I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the following. Pursuant to Round General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, re Social Holdings LLC v. Town of Coventry v. Social Holdings LLC, and Terrence Gray in his capacity as Director, Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management v. Town of Coventry. And pursuant to Round General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, re Nicholas E. Cambio, trustee and others versus Commerce Park Realty LLC, and Matthew J. McGowan as receiver for Commerce Park Realty LLC and others v. Commerce Park Management LLC. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, re Nancy Robichaud v. Town of Coventry. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, rediscussion of prospective litigation to be initiated against the town. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, re Town of Coventry, notice of violation, dam number 176. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for collective bargaining matters. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi. Do I hear a second? Second by Councilman Pasqua. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verdecchia.
So close.
So close.
So close.
I gotta look at my paper.
Yes, it's yes.
Verducci, President Lima.
Yes.
So yes, for whoever you're saying.
In the affirmative, zero, the negative, motion passes.
Guys, we good? Let's get out of here. I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Verducci, second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yep.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
Started in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And at this time, I will entertain a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasco. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilmember Copley,
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Members of the public, the council met in executive session to discuss items A through F and the executive session section of the docket. A discussion was had, one vote was taken. Madam Clerk, please report the results.
On item number C,
Letter C.
letter C, the solicitor was given the authority to make a settlement in regards to the proposal on the table for item C. Vote was 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at 10:04 PM.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We stand adjourned.